Okay, welcome to this presentation. I'm going to give you a few tips to pass the California real estate exam on your first shot. Okay, so first of all, shameless plug to our website, californiarealestatelicensschool.com, where you can find the most up-to-date information, test prep for the California real estate exam, including the salesperson and broker exam. So we are based in California. If you look up our website on Google, it'll even give you the address of our building. I think if you look it up here, I'll give you our address here on 7th Street in LA, downtown LA. And we're listed with Google, and we also have people that have valid broker license in California, and also salesperson. So people that create these test prep for us, not only they are located in California, but also they are licensed to practice real estate in California, and they are constantly in touch with people that are freshly licensed, taking their exam all the time. So this is very important. This is tip number one, probably the number one tip that you will not find in any other video, is that you need to get your test prep material from a source that is in California, that is licensed salesperson, or even better, broker in California. So if you go on YouTube and you look up, now this is for 2022, but if you watch this video in 2023 or 2024 or 2025, it doesn't matter. All these things that I'm going to tell you is going to apply. So if you go on YouTube and you type in California real estate exam question for that year that you're watching, you're going to see first our video, which is about 6 hours and 44 minutes, and just free practice material that you can watch and practice. But you're going to see a bunch of other people that are pretending to be from California and trying to sell you these prep exams. So a lot of these guys are just basically test prep creators for every state. Okay, so they're not based in California. They're based somewhere in the United States or Canada. And these guys, they have very funny names too. Basically the name of their channel is a little bit too good to be true. Look at this one, Exam Ninja. I mean, who would be a ninja, would practice I don't know, martial arts, and then be into real estate exam? It just, it's just too cheesy. It's just too good to be true, and you want to stay away from these guys, because they're not licensed in California. They don't practice real estate in California, and they're not based in California. Now, maybe at some point some of these guys were licensed in California. I'm gonna give you that, but the problem is that the DRE in California is changing the test every 5 to 6 months. So if you were licensed in California 2 years ago, I don't care. It's the DRE has changed. It doesn't matter which of these locations you're gonna take your exam. The DRE has changed their material 5 to 6 months ago. So you're not in touch. You don't have your finger on the pulse of what's going on when it comes to the exam in California, salesperson or broker exam. So whether you're going to be taking your exam in Fresno, Los Angeles area, Oakland, California, Sacramento, San Diego, a salesperson exam, most people go for the salesperson exam, but after a few years, you also have the salesperson people that want to become independent, or if they're employees, they want to get a promotion, so then they will go for the broker exam. Regardless of that, if these guys that you're getting your test prep from are not based in California, and they're just national providers of real estate questions and answers, there is a strong chance for you to miss your first shot and then go on the exam and not be prepared as much as you should, and by a few percentage you're gonna miss your pass score, and you're gonna have to reschedule and go through all the inconvenience to take the test again. So be very careful. If the test provider is not based in California, is not licensed in California, is not practicing real estate in California, you most likely dealing with somebody who is just spamming YouTube and just selling these test preps and paying people to basically putting fake testimony videos on YouTube saying that, oh, I prepared with this and this was amazing, and then we have people that come to us, sign up for our practice and say, yeah, I used this person and that person's test prep and I felt twice. So it's not only something that we notice, but it's something that we get as feedback through all the students that are coming to our school and signing up and then contacting us, letting know what other test prep material they used in the past. So just be very careful with that. You have a lot of people that are just out there trying to sell test prep, and they have no business being in that business, because the test prep material that they're selling are A, overpriced, and B, is not on the money, is not relevant to the current version of the California real estate exam. So that's my tip number one. First of all, again, you can sign up with us. Our tests are very affordable, and we will not charge you hundreds of dollars for our test prep material. I think our starter package, it's most likely about right now probably $39. Yeah, $39.95. And then if you want to be accessing the material for a whole year, it's still less than $100, $99. But most people do not need this. Okay, so if you are in a situation where you think you're not ready to take the exam and it might take you a while to get ready and you have other obligation, why not go for this 1-year exam? But I think most people would go with the 2, 3, or 4 months package, and again, it's $39.95, and that's it. It's a one-time fee. So when you go and you look at these prices that these guys are charging just for a test prep material, it's crazy. I mean, I've seen them charging, here you have a starting package at $79. You got a guy right here is selling something for 135 hours, starting at, I don't know, 100 and something dollars. So anyway, if you see the starting package is not within the $30 or $40 range, most likely you're overpaying. You do not need to pay hundreds of dollars to prepare for the salesperson exam in California. You do not need 135 hours of online course. You can, of course, to qualify for the exam, you're going to have to satisfy the state requirement. But for the exam itself, you just need an entity that is in touch with the current version of the exam. So then you just review and prepare what makes sense and what is relevant to that exam at the moment you're taking the test. So right now I'm recording this video. It's April 2022, but this will be valid for 2023, 2024, 2025, because in our school we're gonna be updating our material multiple times per year. So you will always have access to the most affordable and also most up-to-date test prep for the real estate exam in California. Also, I want to do one last point. I want to make a point about the written material. People that go on Amazon and buy these books. Okay, so these books are good to understand the principles of real estate in California when it comes to getting your hours submitted to the state so you qualify for the exam. But the material in these books that you see here, these things are very old and outdated. And even though they come up and they basically slap a 2022 in the title of their books, these books are not the content of them, they're way far away from what is being tested right now at the California real estate exam, salesperson or broker. So these materials that you see here are very general preparations, and they're not in touch with the current version of the exam, even though these guys, they're very smart, and they go and they basically create multiple like digital product with it. They change the title. It might be a material from like 10 years ago or 20 years ago, and then they go and they change the title and they put like, oh, this is 2022, this is this year, or 2023, upcoming year, you know. But the actual content, when you look at their test prep material, and when you look at their the content, it's very outdated, and it has nothing really to do with the current exam. So be very careful with that. The books, the textbooks, and everything that you use to prepare or to actually satisfy the hours that you have to show the state, you have to submit through any schools that you sign up for, whether it was an online school or in-person school, they're going to use these textbooks. But at the end of the day, this is not exam material. Okay, this is not what you're going to see at the exam, because this is a very generalized, vast idea of what real estate law is currently in California. So based on the law, the current law, but at least I hope is based on the law, because again, you see this person is doing a 26th edition, so God knows how many times they updated this. And as I said, it's still not enough, because if you want to prepare people for the licensing exam, the DRE is changing their exam format and the questions every 5 to 6 months. So you need to at least twice a year basically release a different book, which these guys don't do. So just be very careful with that. Do not prepare for the exam using the books. They're all outdated. And also do not use people that are paid by these companies that are not based in California, because they're going to mislead you and you're going to find yourself at the exam preparing with the wrong material. Thanks for watching, and find us on our website, CaliforniaRealEstateLicenseSchool.com, and have yourself a great day and good luck. Guys, let's review a few important terms for the California real estate exam, salesperson edition, and also the broker exam. So these terms are really important to know. We have them on our website at CaliforniaRealEstateLicenseSchool.com, along with a lot of practice tests and just terms that you can see, you can review, like flashcards. You just flip the flashcard and then it will tell you, okay, this is a document containing a condensation of the essential provision of the court judgment, and then you keep going to the next to review abatement of nuisance, and then this one is the act of ending or terminating a nuisance, the type of legal action brought to end a nuisance. So we just keep going to the next, ability and capacity to pay, and then here you also have some situational questions. Okay, so you read the question, 4 possible answers, you take the best guess, and then you flip it to see the answer. So, and then you keep going. So this is how you can review before even you start taking the real estate practice tests, and then the practice tests are scored. So yeah, before getting into it, review a few of these terms, every day. Just kind of go through like a bunch of them, just to get yourself familiar with, because a lot of these terms you're going to see them in the exam, and they will come in terms of questions, of course. This mechanic lien is very, very important. You're going to see multiple questions with that. one document which requires verification and recording for its validity. So yeah, it's definitely the mechanic lien. Yeah, so and remember, the mechanic lien is always somebody, is rarely an actual mechanic, but someone who has done certain job. It can be an electrician, it can be a carpenter, it can be somebody who has done some kind of improvement, construction. They put a new roof or air conditioning or something that has added to the value of the property, some kind of work they did, and they were not paid properly according to the term of the contract. So then they went and they registered a mechanic lien, so eventually they'll be able to get paid. So this is very important, and you keep going through the next, and you just get yourself familiar with these terms before you attack these practice tests that are listed here. So yeah, let's watch some of these situational terms. This video is gonna be a few hours long, so just take your time with it. And then if you want to sign up for our test prep for the California real estate salesperson or broker, we provide both, and the website address is californiarealestatelicensschool.com. Okay, today we're going to talk about the latest requirement for the California real estate exam, and what are the basically reasons for which they're going to refuse to issue a real estate license to you, and also the changes about the real estate license, the salesperson license. I think the exam is actually getting harder, but I'm going to get into it a little bit later. In the meantime, first thing first, we're gonna shout out our partner, the California Real Estate License School.com. They have the best test prep material for the salesperson and the broker exam for a really reasonable fee. We're talking like $20-30, not more. Okay, so this is very reasonable, up to date. The company is based in California, in Los Angeles. And it's not one of these companies that you find on Amazon. Like if you go on Amazon and you look for California real estate exam material, you're gonna find tons of books that are basically based on the national real estate terms, but they just slap a label of California on it, and then sell it to people and say, hey, this is the California real estate exam prep, buy this. And guess what? A lot of people buy this and then realize that, oh, this is way far, this is just far from what you find on the exam. It has nothing to do. And the reason is that a lot of these publishers, I'm not going to name any because we don't want to get in trouble with any of them. We don't want beef or, a problem with any of them. But basically, a lot of them, they do this. They just grab like national real estate test prep material, so basically a lot of things from the East Coast and other states in general, and then they kind of like rewrite it and then add a few California terms in them and then publish them and sell them to students as California specific material. Every time you're working with a book or a website that pretends that they're providing to you a California test prep for the California real estate exam, make sure they're based in California and they work with California licensees, okay? Because the California exam gets updated all the time, so the test is getting trickier and harder. And licensees in California, they receive email like this, people that are licensees for many years, they get emails like this from the California Bureau of Real Estate, and now it's called California Department of Real Estate because they keep changing back and forth their name, but basically their responsibilities are the same. And the Office of Professional Examination Services, which basically bring licensees to their location and they try to update and add more things to the exam in their workshops in Sacramento, and they end up giving them some money. They give them like $150 per day and give them like a continuing education credits and things like that. So the California real estate exam gets updated all the time. Okay, so if you buy a book that says it's for California exam but is from an out-of-state publisher written by a guy who is not licensed in California, who doesn't have a broker license, you best believe that you're gonna be way off with that material, and most likely you're gonna fail the exam. So make sure you prepare with a company that is based in California and they charge a reasonable fee. Here, our partner, the California Real Estate License School.com, they charge between $20-30. It's ridiculous how cheap this thing is, but it also is up to date. What I recommend is to use the flashcards that they provide. A lot of their flashcards, they're gonna help you to kind of study. And I recommend, if you're preparing actively, I recommend to basically work with these flashcards for at least do 30 or 40 flashcards a day, and then also come and take some practice tests. So the tests are I think 100 questions each, so just try to do at least one test a week and kind of gauge your score. If you're scoring above 80-85%, then move to the next test, okay? But I would say even if you score below, at least take a different practice test every week, and then keep coming back and work on those questions that you missed, and those you know, the incorrect answers and everything. Those are basically your weak points, so you want to like review them, write them down, make sure you basically work on that, and then take also, like as I said, 30 to 40 minimum flashcards a day, and 1 or 2 practice tests a week, and you should be good to go, maybe after a month or 2, depending on your level and how busy you are in your life. But this program is always up to date, and as I said, you want something that is updated, and you want something that is made by people who are licensed in California, and not some out-of-state publishers that are pretending to just putting a California label on their book or on their website. And a lot of the website that provide test prep for real estate, they have like multiple map of the United States, and then you just kind of click on the state that you're in, and basically they're just gonna give you the same questions. They just kind of like formulate them a little bit differently, and then maybe add a CA or California label on them, and people think that, oh, this is written by people that are licensed in California Department of Real Estate licensees, and they know what they're talking about. No, a lot of them are just based on national real estate test prep, and those are general terms. But as I showed you, the state of California, they don't work with old material, man. They just keep updating their tests, and they're making these tests harder. Here's the proof. Just Google CalDRE, go to this website, and even if you go to CalBRE, which is the old name of Bureau of Real Estate, actually it used to be called California Department of Real Estate, then it changed to Bureau of Real Estate, and now it's again California Department of Real Estate. But either way, if you go to this website, on this area somewhere you have a statistic. Here you go, licensees and statistics. So if you go in that section, you'll see, like, let's say the most current statistic that they have. Here you go. So let's say the salesperson exam, there were like 3,960 something people who took it this month, the current month, and then only 1,965 people passed it. So we're looking at almost 2,000 people who failed. Okay, almost 2,000 people who failed the exam versus like 2,000 people minus 3, so 997 people failed, and then 1,965 people passed. And if you go back and look at the same stats kind of last year, you'll see that more, yeah, actually this is almost the same thing. Almost 2,000 people have failed. But if you look overall, more people are failing. Like with this new version of the exam, and as they get it more up to date, you'll see that yeah, more and more people are failing this exam. And I don't know if they're getting it harder, or it's because they're preparing with because the internet is full of test prep materials that are not on the money. They're not California specific. So I'm gonna plug our partner again one more time, and then we'll go and check out the requirement. Partner is California Real Estate License School.com. They're based in Los Angeles, California, and they have great test preps, and 2 of the test preps that are the most popular here, the one for the salesperson for California and the broker exam. And as I said, they're very affordable. You know, a lot of in-person test preps and crash courses for the exam, they cost somewhere, I've seen people paying $400, $500, $600 to basically go to these classes and just become familiar with the terms of real estate. You don't need to burn that much money, okay, for a test prep to get ready for the California real estate exam. You can spend $20-$30 with a website like this that is up to date, and they'll get you ready, and just take like 30 to 40 flashcards a day, study them, and you can do that on your phone and anywhere you are, at work. If you're taking some breaks, you can work on this, and then take some practice tests at least once a week. Now these practice tests, you need to dedicate at least the time to finish 100 questions to get your score at the end. So make sure at least once a week, one day, you just take a day, and it's not going to take a day. I believe like maybe an hour to finish one of these practice tests, but just to kind of gauge your level, and you go from there. So CaliforniaRealEstateLicenseSchool.com, make sure you check it out. Okay, so now the license requirement for the real estate license salesperson in California. Now you have to be 18 or older, of course. Now they put a residency here, but usually the residency is not an issue. You can live out of state and still qualify. It does say that residency in the state is not a requirement to become licensed, and California has no reciprocity program with any other state. So if you're licensed in another state, they're not going to issue you a license here in California. You're going to have to qualify, you're going to have to take the courses, and you're going to have to basically apply and take the exam. Now the thing is that as always, as a salesperson, you have to have your license under a broker. So here it says, if you're getting your salesperson, then if you want to do some business in California, you need to be actively licensed under a broker in California, a broker that is engaging in business in California. So it cannot be a broker that is out of. So, and then sorry about that. The next thing is that if you're taking the broker exam, of course, you need to have a business address here in California. So you can't just be a broker in California and your address and your office is out of state, because they need to basically serve you here. They need to come and check your records. I mean, there are just a lot of things that the Department of Real Estate has oversight over, and they need you to be locally here because they don't have jurisdiction if you're out of state. So they're not going to let you be a broker and issue you a broker license, a real estate broker license, if you're not based in California, you're not providing a business address in California. So keep that in mind. Now the next requirement is honesty, basically being truthful, not having too many convictions. Now the nature of the convictions are basically detailed here. So you got a lot of crimes that are related to financial crimes. Okay, so a lot of, if your criminal history had some tax related things in them, if they were like forgery, anything that is perjury, financial crimes, and also like sex related crimes. So if you're registering as a sex offender, if you are looks like this is what it's talking about. Conviction requires registration pursuant to 290 of the penal code. So a lot of time, you will be denied for these convictions. Now, if you were arrested but you were not convicted, that's a different story. Okay, so that most likely they will not refuse you, and if they do, you can appeal and you will win your appeal. So they cannot refuse you based on charges that did not lead to a conviction. So keep that in mind. Other than that, I think the rest is pretty self-explanatory. You can come and read all these different things, but at the end of the day, it's a lot of case-by-case basis. So you do need to contact them in person with your specific situation. So if you have a specific conviction or something in your criminal history, you may just contact them directly and ask them the question, maybe via email or a phone call. The course requirement, as always, real estate principles, real estate practice, and then one of the following courses. I recommend, if you're starting in real estate, something related to maybe contracts or legal aspect of real estate, I would say, because that's gonna come in handy even when you're gonna start to work in the field. So real estate appraisals, you can take that too, but yeah, I would say I would go with the legal aspect of real estate and business law. And if you're really like, you think that you're gonna extend your business to like mortgage loans and things like that, then you can also go with mortgage. But I think depends on your level of, like, if you're like really good with computers, I think this course is gonna be super easy. Like, this is gonna this is gonna be one of the easiest one if you're like good with basic computer usage and software and stuff like that. So but I would say, yeah, if out of all of this, what really is going to help you is the legal knowledge of real estate. So I would go with either this or that, because it's just practical knowledge. Okay, so that's basically it. As I said, don't prepare with a national real estate test prep for this. Don't become part of the failures. Okay, just prepare with a trusted, good test prep that is not like it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg. These guys, California Real Estate License School.com, as I said, $20-30, very cheap, affordable, and up to date, and California based. So you want the test prep to be up to date, you want the test prep provider to be in California, and you also want to avoid too expensive. Like, we do have some places in California that you can basically go in person and sit, and it's provided by this big name brokerage. Okay, so these brokerages that I would not name, but all of them, you can count them in one hand. Okay, and they provide some California crash courses, but you really don't need them. It's just going to be burning your money. You can prepare for very cheap on this website once you're signed up with them, and you can take and pass the test as long as you're focused on the right material. Now, once you have your license, once you are licensed, and you can come here and verify your license, and you'll see your name popping here, then you will need to learn how to develop business. Okay, because a lot of people in California or other states, when they're jumping to the real estate, they think that, okay, I'm gonna get my license and that's it, I'm gonna be successful. But there's way more to it than that. Okay, so what you're gonna learn before you get the license is a lot of general knowledge about how the real estate transaction works, how you have to disclose everything. Like disclosure is always huge in real estate. Okay, so how there are some basically specific technical things about how a contract is established, or what is a party, what are the parties of a contract, what's going on, who is the beneficiary, who is a trustee, who is a trustor, who is, you learn these terms and you kind of get the picture of what's going on. But once you have your license, a lot of and you're signed up with a broker, a lot of these things are automatically handled. Okay, so you have TCs, transaction coordinators, you have escrow officers, you have a lot of people that you're gonna be working with, that they will take care of all that. So you need to focus on generating leads, picking up the phone, door knocking, meeting people, giving your business cards away. You need to be focused on actually bringing business, and then a lot of these things will be automatically handled as you generate business. But it's good to know them, and that's why you have the continuing education requirement. So every time your license is about to get expired, you're gonna have to take those continuing education courses to be able to renew your license. So that kind of keeps you up to date and keeps you fresh, with all the latest requirement and what is required from you as a licensee. If you have any question, feel free to drop a comment here on this video. Again, it's not a difficult exam. You don't need to spend $400, $500, $600 for preparing for it. You can sign up on a website like this really cheap for $20, $30 and get a good preparation online and then prepare for it, and you can get it done. The test is getting updated. As I showed you, there are a lot of updates that goes to the real estate test in California. So you don't want to work with a company that has written a material that is from 1960s or even from 2000, and they pretend that, oh, it's a new thing, we updated it. But when you look at their past published material and what they're putting out, like let's say for 2019, is almost the same material. Well, guess what? If you prepare with that kind of books, you're gonna fail. You're gonna be part of the unfortunate failures. Like out of like 3,900 or almost 2,000 failed, and 1,900 and something have passed the exam. And then and you see, like, constantly this statistic kind of repeat itself. Okay, so you do have a lot of people that don't prepare right, and they prepare with the wrong material, and when they go and then when you have the right material, let's say you signed up to this website and you have access to the premium paid section of it, you still have to dedicate some time. I mean, doing like 30, 40 flashcards every day, it's gonna take some time, so you're gonna squeeze in the time to get ready. Okay, so don't rush into taking this test. Give yourself enough time. Take the practice tests. Try to retake them again. Read your wrong answers. Learn from the correct answers, and just build up your skills, build up your knowledge. And the day of the test, let's say a month after that or 2 months after that, I think 2 months of preparation is enough. Like, if you work on this website for 2 months, you're gonna know everything that you need to know to pass the exam. But some people do it at 1 month, 2 months. Some people take more time as the way you feel comfortable. But I would say don't rush into it. Don't try to do it like within a week or two and try to rush into it, because as I said, they're updating these tests, they're making them a little bit trickier, a little bit harder, and you want to make sure that you have the highest score and put all the chances on your side to pass. Thanks for watching this video. I'll catch you in the next one. All right, guys, 5 questions that you will see this year in your real estate exam to get your real estate license as a salesperson or as a broker. These questions are very well written, and we see them really often in California. This is example from our website here, our partner website, CaliforniaRealEstateLicenseSchool.com, and you can access these practice tests there for a small fee, and these tests are basically updated throughout the year and just kept up to date with the latest changes in the real estate law and different things that you're going to be basically asked about during the exam, during the state exam for the salesperson license and the broker license. Okay, first question. This is very common question. Let me try to zoom on this. Oh, that's a big. Okay, so basically, where is the money for like the home loans in real estate comes from? Like, where are they? Like federal bonds, or are they government bonds? And basically the correct answer, as you can see here, is individual savings accounts. Very common question. Now let's move to the other one. Now in this question, you're gonna have multiple questions like this where they're trying to test you and find out if you understand under California law if who is a minor and who is a person that is considered adult, and if they enter property purchase agreement or even a lease. Any of these are like legal contracts. So you might see a question like this might talk about a 1-year lease or a 3-year lease, or like a purchase agreement, or even like a listing, a property listing agreement, and the exclusive right to sell for an agent. Any of these papers that are signed by a minor legally is invalid. Okay, unless if the minor is married or emancipated. If they're married or emancipated, then it's a different story. We're not gonna get into like all the legal details of that, but just understand that if you're under the age of 18 and the question is telling you the person is unmarried, or if the person is not emancipated, then you know that this was not a valid contract, because in a legal perspective, a person that is under the age of 18 does not have the mental capacity to basically understand fully the contracts and basically legally agree to it. So even though that person can be like really high IQ and they can be a genius, and academically they can have like a PhD at the age of 17, regardless of that situation and regardless of how smart that person is, legally speaking, if this case goes to the court, the law says that the person was under the age of 18, or it was a minor that was not married, or that was not emancipated. So basically the contract is not valid, and they can cancel that contract and win in court. So just keep that in mind. This question, or different the variety type of question like this, like they're gonna change it a little bit. Okay, they might, as I said, they might rephrase it, change the age. Instead of 17 they would say 16, or almost 18, like 17 and a half, but it's still under the age of 18. So just don't fall for those. Another question that you see a lot during the different version of the real estate test is this question that refers to basically what are the tax deductions. Okay, so if you're just understand that if anything that has to do with fixing something wrong with the property, a real property or a personal property, cannot be itemized as a deduction. Okay, so it has to be some kind of interest in a home loan or student loan, or even some section of your car, there is a portion of your car registration fee that is not an option here in this question, but just for your information, a portion of your car registration fee that you pay to, like, let's say to the DMV in the state of California to register your car, that portion that is specific and usually is defined on the bill, on the itemized bill that is basically given to you by the DMV, that portion of that amount can be itemized and deducted. Okay, but if, like, let's say your car breaks down, or your garage door is broken, or your wall breaks, or your bathroom starts to leak and the pipes in the plumbing goes down and breaks down, and you have to have a plumber come and spends thousands of dollars to change the plumbing and the pipes and all that, none of that is going to be considered a valid deduction in terms of taxes. So understand that just the real property taxes, charges on student loans, some kind of some portion of your car's registration fees with the state and the interest home loans are deductible. Moving on to the next question. Okay, this is a very simple, tricky question. Understand that the real estate law and regulations in California, it does not come from the penal code, from the, it's the business and professions code. Okay, so you might get tricked with different answer choices, like it's part of the Bureau of Real Estate rules, or part of the Department of Real Estate regulations, or part of the government code or California administrative code. Don't fall for that. Is always the answer is business and professions code. I think we got one last one. Okay, and this one, I guess we're at the last fifth question. And okay, so this is a situation, a sales, real property sales went down the the WC, the toilet, or whatever you want to call that. Okay, so it went south. Okay, so you might have, again, this is just an example, but it might be phrased in a different way. The scenario might be presented to you in like 4 paragraphs or like one big paragraph. But bottom line is that is a real estate transaction that went south, and it went into a disaster outcome or whatever, and somebody ended up suing somebody, or the buyer usually end up suing like the seller, and gets the real estate broker, the listing broker, involved in the lawsuit. So they basically suing the broker and the seller to get their money back, and maybe return the property or whatever. So in a lot of cases like this, these cases might go to appeal. Okay, the seller might lose and then might go to appeal and then win on appeal, or might lose on appeal as well. Okay, so let's say the final judgment, when there is no appeals, everything is done, or maybe is a first judgment, but whoever the judgment was given against, like the seller, decides to not appeal that decision and accept their fault. It happens sometimes because of the legal costs of litigation. They don't want to go back in court and fight this again, so they're like, okay, we lost, we'll just leave it as it is, and we'll try to satisfy the judgment. And sometimes the brokers and the seller, they just disappear because it's a civil lawsuit, and the burden is on the buyer to go and try to collect once that judgment is given to the buyer. So sometimes they disappear, they go out of business, and it's gonna be a very difficult task for the buyer to basically try to collect on that judgment. All of that being said, understand that the next step for the buyer usually is to file a complaint with the real estate commissioner. Okay, so if they get a judgment against a real estate broker and a seller, or a real estate salesperson, usually when the real estate salesperson is involved, the broker of that salesperson is also involved. So once they file their complaint with the real estate commissioner, you see a lot of answer choices are like, oh, revoke the broker's license, or suspend it. It's a very overly exaggerated answers. Okay, so you want to understand that even the real estate broker, real estate commissioner, has to respect certain administrative procedures and due process toward the licensees. Okay, even though he has the authority to suspend, but usually by law, by regulation, they have to always act as if you are innocent until proven guilty. So even when the judgment is filed with the real estate commissioner, then the real estate commissioner file an accusation document and then proceed into like investigating and find out what's going on. And usually after that, yeah, they would end up like suspending or revoking the license and giving like sanctions and things like that, you know. So but understand that it's not a straightforward process. Like, I mean, it is a straightforward process, but it's not automatically they would go and basically drop the punishment immediately on the broker. They're gonna have to give due process. They're gonna have to respect certain steps to make sure that okay, that broker was really at fault, you know. So a lot of cases, sometimes you know, they end up revoking, suspending, giving a warning, or whatever the case it is, you know. They can go forward, but a lot of time, yeah, they end up suspending the license or revoking the license. Those are the most common type of punishment that real estate commissioner usually gives to the licensees. Okay, so that's it. These are like the 5 questions that you will see in your exam if you're taking the salesperson real estate exam in California to get your salesperson license, or even if you're taking the broker exam. For more preparation, more practice tests, go to our partner website, the California Real Estate License School.com, which is the partner and the sponsor of this video, and you can sign up for a small fee and take advantage of these great practice tests. And once you score really high on all these practice tests, then you're ready to take the exam, and you can with confidence sit at the exam and take it and hopefully score a great score and get your license. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next video.
This educational video is brought to you by CaliforniaRealEstateLicenseSchool.com, a mobile-friendly website offering up-to-date test preparation and simulated exams, featuring more than 1,000 practice test questions and answers to prepare you for the California real estate exam. Register for a student pass today.
Alright, so this is the first part of our exam essential series, exam questions for the California real estate exam. It doesn't matter where you're going to take this exam. If you're in Northern California, San Francisco, Oakland, Sacramento, or you're in Southern California or even Fresno area, or as I said, Southern California, which is going to be Los Angeles area or San Diego area. In Los Angeles, I think the exam is taken in La Palma. It really doesn't matter where you're going to take this exam. Really, you will have to deal with these common questions. And also, it doesn't matter if it's going to be a salesperson exam or a broker exam. You're just going to have more questions for the broker exam, and maybe a little bit trickier questions. But for this first part, I'm going to talk about something that you will see. It doesn't matter, no matter the type or the location of the exam, you will see these questions. Now, they're always going to try to trick you, and you know, we will see when I'm going to show you in the other videos. This is just part 1, so I will just talk about one common question. But you know, when you will see more videos like this on this channel, and just follow along these part 1, part 2, part 3. Just kind of follow along, and then you will gain those knowledge, and you will be much more aware of those tricks that they use during the actually drafting these questions for the exam. Now, something that I want to talk about today is gonna be eminent domain, Escheat, and adverse possession. Now,
I'm sure a lot of you guys know already your this definition if you're already studying for the exam, but understand the difference between these three terms, because they will trick you. They will come up with question at the exam that, let's say, the question is about adverse possession, but all the answers are about Escheat and eminent domain, and then you have only one last option and it says none of the above. Well, guess what? If you know your definition, you know that the question is about adverse possession, and everything that is about Escheat and eminent domain is irrelevant, so the right answer would be none of the above. That's why you need to know exactly what these are pretty much about, and then also have some kind of mental reminder for yourself as far as what they are, because really you don't want to try to learn pages of definition if you don't have a mental image. If in your mind you cannot make it 3D dimension of that thing in your mind, then you're just repeating like text like a parrot. Okay, you need, when you grasp a concept, when you like right now I'm talking about eminent domain, the mental image that I have about eminent domain is this. I have a couple of construction worker, a utility company. This is the mental image. This is what I'm seeing when I'm in my mind. I'm not telling you, but I'm just kind of sharing my deep thoughts with you. Now, I know exactly what eminent domain is, but when I'm drawing the eminent domain 3D image of it in my mind, this is what I see first. Okay, I see these guys working on some kind of main line, utility companies. It can be a water main line, it can be a gas line, it can be a sewer line. It doesn't matter. This is what I created for myself, and I want you to create for yourself that 3D mental image that pretty much confirms that you understand what that definition means. So, eminent domain, what is it? Basically, the government. Now, this website gives you a lot of details about what eminent domain is, and you can see this is a website that is eminentdomainlawcalifornia.com and tells you the process. You don't need to be an expert of eminent domain, and you don't need to know everything that is on this website, okay? But basically understand that if tomorrow the city, the county, the state, or even the federal government wants to do a public project in your area, and they're gonna have to, let's say they want to do like a sewer line, an extension on the main line for the sewer line, or maybe a storm drainage system, or maybe a highway. It doesn't matter. It's gonna involve construction. It's gonna be supposedly it's gonna be for the good of the community or for the public benefits, and they're gonna have to go through your property, through your private property, your home, your land, whatever the case is. So they're gonna have to pretty much force you to sell that property to them, so you don't own that property anymore, and the government owns that property, so then they can proceed with their public work. That's pretty much eminent domain. So that's why I had this image in my mind. Okay, so think of your home and think of, bam, these guys doing a public project in your backyard or in your front yard, in your property, within your property lines. So they have to somehow pay you, which is gonna be a fair, I guess they do a fair market value, so they're gonna send the appraiser. You as the owner, you can have your own appraisal done, and then you can go to court and try to pretty much appeal it if you're not happy with the market value that they came up with. If you want more money and things like that, that can go to a court. But eventually, here to talk about the trial, eventually you will lose, and they will be able to proceed with their public project as long as they're showing that they're paying you something. They will be able to go forward because of the fact that this is a part of the law. The law and the way the law is written is gonna be on their side. So pretty much they can just show that the project is in the benefit of the public and is for the greatest public good and the least private injury or inconvenience for one private party. So based on that law, you will lose your property, you will get some money for it, and they take over your property, and you don't own that property anymore. So that's eminent domain. Now let's move on to Escheat. What is Escheat? Now Escheat, in your mind, you can go and read exactly the law, but basically if someone dies, they don't have any family, they don't have anybody to get their properties, and that can be also personal property, not only real property. Well, guess what? The state of California does a small attempt to find the family of that person that is deceased. If they cannot find the family, the state takes your property. That's it. They take your home, they take your car, they take your saving account, they take everything. So if you don't have a will, and the person can even die in another state. Okay, it doesn't matter. They can die in New York, in Texas. They can die anywhere out of the state of California. If the property in question is in the state of California, and they didn't have any family, any heirs, anybody, any will, anything that was set up there, and in some cases, now we're getting too technical, but if the will is not drafted in California, in a lot of cases the state of California rejects the will. So even if you drafted your will in the state of Texas and you have a home or a land in California and you died and you don't have any family or any kids or heirs or someone that is, a direct blood relative, or direct family relative in terms of like succession, the state of California is just going to pretty much take the property and they would become the owner of your property. So that's pretty much Escheat means. It's called, there are website, you can go here, the San Francisco Gate gives you more explanation. Escheat is a legal process that transfers ownership of an abandoned property to the state. In California, for instance, landlord, banks, and other organizations that have control over all the property must return it to their owners after 3 years of inactivity. When they are unable to locate the owners, they must transfer the property to the state government. So the state takes over the property. Now, as I said, that can include real property and any tangible personal property, including saving accounts. And once the real property was transferred, let's say 5 years after it was transferred, someone's, kids all of a sudden come out of nowhere and say, hey, that was my dad's house, or that was my mom's house. I was out of the country, I was traveling, I didn't get your letter, I didn't get your notifications. Well, guess what? You really only have 5 years after they took over to come and put in a claim. Once they transfer and the 5 years has passed, there is nothing that can be done. The property is owned by the state of California, and most likely they will sell it and put the money directly back into the state fund. So you are out of luck. So this is Escheat. Let's move on to the last one, adverse possession. Now, adverse possession is when someone gets into someone's property. Let's say it's an abandoned property, and they live in that property. Let's say a homeless person start to live in your home. You're out of town or you're out of the country, and they pretty much after a while they can start, like I'm talking after a few years, they can start a legal action and pretty much reverse the title to their own and say, hey, I took care of this property, I took care of the land, I took care of the trees, I took care of everything that was in here, and I want to own this property. This property is not being used. And in some cases, legally, they can pretty much have a successful adverse possession action granted and become the owner of that property. Now, in order to make this law harder, a lot of states they pretty much put more and more restriction for it. So I know in California, you have to prove that you have paid taxes on that property even though you don't own the property. So that creates a lot of obstacle for the person that wants to put in a successful adverse possession. You have to show that you paid the property taxes of it, but at the same time, the owner of that property most likely is paying the property taxes. Otherwise, the property is going to become delinquent and is going to be going to the TTC, and the tax collectors. They're gonna start to put lien on the properties and eventually own the property. So, if the property is there and it's kind of vacant, most likely somebody is paying the property taxes. So for you, in order to gain access to the property, but also gain access to the right to pay the property taxes, that's another extra challenge that makes adverse possession in California really hard. But in some other states, their requirements are different. So, like this article is really interesting. It talks about a homeless guy who got into a $2.5 million Florida mansion, and now he's putting legally an adverse possession with the with the court there, and the police can't do anything. Look at this article. A $2.5 million South Florida mansion has been taken over by a crafty squatter, and the police are powerless to order an eviction. The 7,500 square foot residence in Boca Raton, Florida is currently being inhabited by Brazilian national Andre Barbosa. The 23-year-old is using an antiquated, legal covenant called adverse possession that allows a vacant property's title to be acquired by anyone openly occupying and maintaining the site and paying real estate tax for 7 years. Now, in Florida, it looks like it's 7 years. I think in California it's less. It's probably 3 to 5 years. But again, these are really detailed technical knowledge that you don't need to know for the California real estate exam. But know that this is adverse possession. Think of this homeless guy getting into this beautiful home and try to take the title of it legally, and the police cannot put him out because they have to wait until see if his legal action is successful or not. So that's adverse possession. You will have these 3 terms in the California real estate exam. It doesn't matter where you're going to take your exam, you will have these 3, and they will try to confuse you. So make sure you know these 3 terms. Make sure you know the differences, and make sure you have that mental image for each of them. For the eminent domain, create that mental image of a utility company. That's my mental image for the eminent domain. Okay, public work wants to be done. The government wants to take your property. Escheat, think of someone who died alone with no kids, no family, and property is being taken over by the government. And for adverse possession, well, remember our article. Remember our beautiful home being invaded by a homeless, smart Brazilian guy who was trying to get the title of the property, and the neighbors are not happy. Look what they're saying. Nobody is happy. We all spend a lot of money to live on the street. A neighbor told ABC News, this guy is trying to pull something. So everybody is unhappy. This homeless guy got in, and now he's about to become the legal owner of this mansion. Adverse possession, Escheat, Eminent, really important. Thanks for watching the video. Thanks for sponsoring. I'm going to thank our sponsor, the California Real Estate License School.com. I'll catch you in the next video.
All right, guys. If you want more in-depth test prep and practice exam, don't forget to come to our website. You can sign up for a test pass, and you can, depending on the length of your preparation. Some people, they just need 2 months. Some people, they want to take their time, and then some people, they don't know, they haven't even scheduled their exam. So those people, sometimes they take a year of subscription, but you don't really need always a year. Okay, you can prepare for the California real estate exam salesperson for about 2 or 3 months. So also something that they will ask you during the test, it will come as a question. So it's kind of weird, but the current requirements, so these requirements sometimes they change. So you need to know these requirements, not only because of you gonna be in the process to actually apply for your license, but they will formulate question in the exam asking for, let's say, which one of these are optional requirement for courses that you can take for your license, and they will be listed, and they will put like a fake one in there. And so just know, if you are going for a salesperson, know all the salesperson requirement in terms of age, in terms of the courses that you need, and then also continuing education. So anything that talks about continuing education, I believe here it will be in the exam. So just knowing it to fulfill your requirement with DRE is not enough. You actually have to review these, because they will formulate question within the exam on these things, which is a lot of people, they were not expecting that, because they were thinking, well, I need to know this, so then I submit my classes, then I qualify for the exam. But they don't know that some of the exam questions, they're going to be about these. So if you're going for a salesperson, know the requirement for salesperson, and then also the continuing education requirement, which you can find on the DRE's website, dre.ca.gov. And then also, if you're going for the broker, know everything about the broker exam, and then also the experience requirement, and also the course requirement, which one are mandatory, and then which one are optional. So you see it says 3 courses from the following list. So these are optional, but you have to take 3 out of them. So all of that can be a question, 1 or 2 or 3 questions in the exam about these requirements. So whenever you take your exam, just go and check the requirement on DRE's website, because we try to keep our material up to date. Like every 4 or 5 months at least, we update our material. But also there could be some last minute changes. So always check the DRE's website before sitting for your exam. Let's say a month prior to taking the exam, make sure you check these requirements, and don't just tell yourself, I already comply with this requirement, I already have my exam date, I don't need to know them. You will need to know them, because they will come up as questions, and you don't want to miss these questions and just give away like easily points. These are points that you got to score easily by knowing these requirements. So thanks for watching the video. Give this video a big thumbs up, so the YouTube algorithm knows that you enjoyed this video, you found it valuable, and then also subscribe to the channel, and we catch you in the next one. Okay guys, this is a quick video for our students at the California Real Estate License School.com. Let me close this window, because there's some kind of landscaping going on here, just to basically reduce the noise. So but we might put that in, actually this is for YouTube, or yeah, we'll put it on YouTube as well. But so the most common, what are the trends, this question came in via email. what are the trends in terms of the question, the most important question of the California real estate exam 2022-2023. So this student wants to take the exam toward the end of 2022 or maybe in the beginning of 2023. So again, we cannot tell you what is going to be on the exam because we are not working for DRE. We're just training students to pass the exam. But the trend that I have personally noticed, whether it was for the broker exam or the salesperson exam, they will be asking a lot of questions. You're going to see questions about requirements. What are the requirements to qualify to apply for the salesperson exam? So a lot of time you have students that already satisfy this requirement and they don't even think about it anymore, but this will come up as a question itself in the test. So just understand that even if you qualify and you pass all the requirements, all the courses and your age requirement and being a good person of good moral character, not having criminal convictions, or if you do, you have to disclose them. So all of these requirements, you need to review them even though you already been accepted for the exam, because these are going to be maybe 2 or 3 questions in the exam, whether you're applying for a salesperson or broker. Another thing that a lot of people tend to forget, and you're going to see in the exam, you need to understand the different license status types. So you have people that are licensed. So on the DRE's website, it's going to show as licensed, but then you're going to have people that are expired or voided or restricted or conditional suspension or revoked or flag suspended. So you have all these different status that you can find on the DRE's website, and they all have a different signification. So you need to know what is the difference between someone who has a license voided and someone who has a license restricted, or someone who has a license revoked or flag suspended. So these are going to be on the exam, and you need to know the differences. Both broker and salesperson. Now, this one that I'm going to give you is also going to be for both. You need to understand when you get your license denied for tax issues. So if you have IRS taxes, or you have business taxes due, or any kind of back taxes issues in terms of debt, or you haven't paid certain things with taxes, or you're going through some kind of administrative hearing, these could be reasons for which the DRE would suspend your license or would not issue your license. So tax debt or failure to disclose tax, maybe proceedings, hearings, court dates, things like that. So I do believe DRE has a section, they call that on their website, called potential license denial. And then you'll see a lot of things about delinquent taxpayers, whether it's corporate or personal. And so that could be something that you're going to see at the exam that you never heard before. So that's something that you have to pay attention to. So another thing that you're going to see 2022, 2023, maybe even 2024 moving forward, I'm sure these is going to be, for broker exam, you're going to see a lot of questions regarding trust fund record keeping. So because DRE catches a lot of brokers with they have issues with maintaining the records of the trust funds properly. They have issues keeping the records separated records for each beneficiaries. They have brokers that have issues like performing monthly reconciliations of trust funds account, and then where and when they are or they aren't supposed to actually allow unlicensed and bundled signatures on a trust account. So there are just a lot of deficiencies in those areas of trust fund record keeping, and a lot of brokers, they just have like a poor way of managing and maintaining trust fund records, and it goes back to like lack of education and the fact that they don't really pay attention to that. So if you're taking the broker license, you're going to see a lot of questions on that. The way the trust fund shortage violation. So again, when sometimes a lot of these trust fund record keepings are like delegated to maybe an accountant or somebody that they basically completely give responsibility to, and the brokers, they have the responsibility to constantly supervise these people. So a lot of time you're going to see failure to supervise violations. You're going to see a lot of time the brokers that became the designated officers of a corporation, they are not mindful of their duty of supervised license activities of all the corporations. So a lot of time it's just an understanding of their responsibility. So so not going back to the salesperson exam, the trust fund thing is going to be mainly on the broker exam, but these things for the salesperson exam is going to be also in your exam. So the unlicensed activity, so you're going to see a lot of like questions regarding who can, let's say, conduct the open house. Is an unlicensed real estate assistant can do that. Who can cash a check in a transaction, or a lot of time you're gonna see salesperson people that receive money, so whether it's in a form of like kickback or referral commission or things like that. So a lot of time these are going to be questions, like tricky questions, where you're going to see if a broker can pay another broker. Most likely you'll be able to pay another licensee, but a lot of time you have to be careful when it comes to giving money, especially large amount of money, more than $500 or so, to people that are unlicensed in real estate, but also facilitate the transaction or facilitate the fact that they bring you the client or they make the deal happen. So a lot of time these things are illegal, and it will lead to an unlicensed activity violation. So it's going to be basically employing indirectly somebody who is no business being involved in real estate transaction because of the fact that they don't have a license. Well, you, by giving them that little money under the table or things, you're basically breaking the law, and you're causing a violation here. So that's going to be in your exam, where you are, whether you're passing the broker or salesperson, you're going to see that a lot in the exam. Another thing that you're going to see in the exam is misrepresentation. So understand that there are like two types of misrepresentation. So misrepresentation. The first thing that people think about misrepresentation is lies. Okay, so person lied. The house has a great condition. The roof on the house is great condition, is new. And the roof has been done like 25 years ago. It has holes and patches and things like that. So that would be a case of misrepresentation. Or the plumbing on the house has been redone and everything, all the pipes, everything is brand new and fresh, and so you're basically buying this house with brand new plumbing. And then maybe inspections, or later on the buyer itself realizes that maybe partially the plumbing has been done, but is not completely new, and there's still all the main pipes for cold water and hot water, they're all like old galvanized pipe from like 20-30 years ago. So that would be another case of misrepresentation. But another type of misrepresentation that people usually forget, and that comes up also as a tricky question in real estate exam, whether it's salesperson or broker exam, is failure to disclose. So failure to disclose, that means a lot of time, if you know about something, or there is like lack of information, and there's just some area that is like, okay, I don't know, this roof doesn't look new, but I don't know when it was done, or I don't know. So it's something that you have to disclose. Okay, so you have to disclose as an agent that just exactly how the information that you have. Okay, so if you do your walkthrough and you realize that the roof has some holes or has some patches or some, shady repair jobs that is not done by a roofing company or a professional, but maybe was done by a shady handyman. All of that, the way you felt about it, whatever you noticed and whatever you observe, that has to go into your disclosure and statement in writing. So the fact that you notice a little bit of a shady thing, maybe a little crack, a little leak, or something that is going on that is shady and not normal, but the fact that you just closed your mouth because you thought that if you mention that, maybe the buyer is going to require another inspection, or is going to require some kind of rebate, or is going to use that as a contingency to bring down the price or something. So, or even just back out of the transaction. So all of that, the fact that you knew that that would be an issue, and you closed your mouth and you didn't say anything, that's also misrepresentation. So misrepresentation is not only saying a lie, but is also when you see something shady and you just keep it to yourself, that's also misrepresentation. So you'll see a lot of questions regarding misrepresentation, and the fact that a lot of people don't disclose it because they think that the deal is going to fall apart. But at the end of the day, it's going to be detrimental and not beneficial to you, because if the buyer realizes that later on, and then they can take that to the court, not only they can reverse the deal, they can take your commission away, but they also can have DRE involved, and your license can get suspended. You can be criminally convicted for fraud and misrepresentation. So not only in terms of like that transaction itself you're going to lose, but you might get criminal convictions against yourself, and you might get like DRE, license suspension and fines or whatnot. So by doing this type of misrepresentation, which is very common, this is like one of the most common things that happens where people get their license suspended, is you're basically risking your license, you're risking your freedom, you're risking having a criminal record, and you're risking to getting that sales transaction reversed and your commission to be basically taken away from you, just because you failed to say something that you noticed. So a lot of time it's just not worth it, and the fact that a lot of agents do that, it just shows their lack of common sense and lack of experience. So, and last thing I want to talk about is when it comes to license renewal or first time license applications, there are certain criminal convictions to a certain degree that has to be disclosed. Now, if you had a parking ticket or a speeding ticket that was $200, I don't think we're talking about that, okay? But we're talking about domestic violence, you're talking about child support, maybe failure to pay, failure to show up to the court. Even if it was like a sample hearing for a traffic violation, if you don't show up to the court, that raises to, in term of criminality, it raises to a higher level. So then now you have a failure to appear, maybe warrant against you, or
or conviction or charge. So all of that, has to be disclosed, because at the end of the day, the DRE is going to do a thorough background investigation, and they're going to run your background check, your criminal conviction, your record, if you have a rap sheet or whatnot. So all of that will come up. So the fact that you didn't disclose it, and even though the nature of the crime was not maybe a big deal, something that would have directly get you suspended, but the fact that you didn't disclose it, that non-disclosure itself can allow the DRA to suspend your license or not renew it, or basically not I'm sorry, not allow the application to go through. And in those cases, you're gonna get a denial, and you might have to basically explain yourself, and you might be invited to administrative hearing, where DRA is gonna directly ask you why you didn't disclose this. Are you trying to be deceitful, and all that? So it's just gonna complicate more. So you're gonna get questions on that too. So there's gonna be questions regarding the disclosure of criminal conviction or criminal record, and people a lot of time get their license denied or somehow restricted and disciplined for that. So for the rest of the test prep, I recommend you to go to the website for the school that I work with is CaliforniaRealEstateLicenseSchool.com, where you can get the best and most up-to-date test prep for the salesperson exam in California, and also for the broker exam in California. So go to the website, check it out, and give this video a big thumbs up, subscribe, and I'll catch you in the next one.